Supplies are good. I'm a happy man. Docks are looking good. Supplies are good. I'm a happy man. Well, if you insist.
Alright, I can do more of that. A little bit. Wait, what were the moonshine ones? Play with the band.
This batch is perfect. We can ship it whenever you like.
Seems you've been putting us to shame. I ain't ready to live as good as you yet. We got ourselves a music lover. Maybe some of y'all know how this one goes.
What? Oh, I didn't push that.
Allons-y. I was wondering when you were going to get here. This is a good batch, of course. They are all good batches, but this one is superior, eh? I have found a buyer who will appreciate it, and most they will pay for it too. Now, all you have to do is to be attentif, eh? Seigneur, ayez pitié.
happy day. Oops. Didn't even do anything. Here they come. I didn't even move. What? Crips is injured. Crips is injured from what? Wait, what? Crips was what? Yo. This guy killed my Crips right here. Killed my Crips. Yeah, you killed my Crips, bitch. That's what you get. Crips is unavailable because of what? Currently in combat from what? Man, that's stupid.
Supplies are looking healthy right now.
Kill my Crips. Yeah, you shouldn't have killed my Crips. Thumbs up. Whoa, what's up? Certified? Hold on just a second. Just a second. That guy killed my crips. That guy killed my crips, and I was none too pleased about it. I thought they got you. Oh shit. Just not really been doing much, man. Just kind of here and there and everywhere, staying on my toes. How you been, man? It's been what, like 2 months? I'm not even sure. How you been? No, nobody's got me. I'm good. How you been, though? That guy just... I don't know what he did to my crypts, but... somehow he made it so that I can't access him. Never seen that before, but he just did something to him. Yeah, man. Haven't really been up to much. I got kind of sick of Red Dead, and then there's been like a bunch of games that have come out since that I've kind of been playing, but not really good enough at to stream, I guess. What have you been playing lately? I'm waiting for what's the name of that game that everybody's waiting for? I'm waiting for it too.
Supplies are looking healthy right now.
Some kind of feature game.
That's top notch.
Keanu Reeves or something, isn't it? No new games for you? I didn't even think anybody would notice that I was gone. Thanks. That makes me feel pretty special, man. This is more just kind of a hobby, I guess. I wasn't never really trying to be that one futuristic game. Yeah, oh, Cyberpunk. That one. Other than that, I had a pretty good laugh this last week at the DNC. That was pretty funny. Yeah, there's been lots of stuff going on in the news. I'm sure you've been paying attention to that, though. I need a bear. Oh shit, for real? Yeah, it's getting crazy. Yeah, I didn't. There's all sorts of good stuff going on. I didn't think anybody would even care about what I was doing. Reality check for me. No, I'm good though. Yeah, I hope you weren't worried. On a serious level, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, wait for Dang, I don't know what that guy did to my cribs. Yeah, I hopped on last night. Just kind of out of the blue, and you heard about Wave. Yeah, I did. I heard all that stuff. I don't know if there's like some weird YouTube algorithm that picks up on those words or what. But, dude, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on. Basically all the stuff that I've been paying attention to for about the last 12 years are all starting to slowly come through to fruition.
There are things you could do to lower the price, huh? Yes,
But yeah, I've been
this
paying
would
attention to
work
this stuff
very nicely.
for a long time before it was something people didn't think you were crazy over if you did think about it. Cabinets for 20,000, yeah. Yeah, saw all that stuff, but you know, what's crazy is that it had to, like, it had to take something like all of what's going on for people to start paying attention to that stuff. Like 4chan right now is doing a better job. Oh yeah, he's great. And then Falcaball had to she had to redo her channel, so now it's Falcaball 2, like TOO, because she had to do a backup channel. But I don't know if you knew about that, but ooh, wait, where am I going? But that channel, it's got a bunch of binge worthies. I know, Falcaball. Yeah, now she's got a backup one, so it's Falcaball TOO. Why do I have a bounty? What did I do? But yeah, a lot of this stuff is... There's been a small community, even before, you know, I started getting into this stuff. Yeah, Red Dead's broken. Actually, there was a secret. I should have made a stream about that, but there was a secret. All you had to do is get into a personal lobby, which there's a few different ways to do that, but the way that I was using was you go into to change your appearance. Ooh, I hear horns. I hear horns right there. Oh, a bunch of them. No, that's a cow. Where are you at? There you are. No, that's a cow too. Yeah, you just go into your change appearance, and then instead of changing your appearance, you wait like, ooh, I hear gold. Gold. Yeah, you go in to change your appearance and then wait like a minute inside the change your appearance screen. And then instead of changing your appearance, you just back out and you'll come out at McFarland Ranch. And then there'll be a train right as soon as you appear. And as long as you go to one of the story missions before the train leaves, you have probably like 40 seconds. As long as you go to a story mission before the train leaves, you'll stay in a story or a single person lobby for about 15 minutes. Oh, he can't take anymore. What the F, man? That guy totally screwed up my... Oh, crap. I think I'd get... I mean, I'm not trying to be anything really on YouTube at all, but I think that they'd throw me off. No questions asked if I went into detail on that, but there are plenty of ways that you can research that. But to go into detail, I don't think that would be a very good idea. Not for me. I mean, I could go into great detail, but I don't think the world is ready for that, which is one of the reasons why we don't have full disclosure at this point. The world isn't ready. But as far as what it is, there's plenty of ways to research that, and it shouldn't even be a thing, but unfortunately it is. So is this gonna tell me, man, what this guy do? Well, you're headed in the right direction, but there's ways to look it up, and I can't be a source for that, but but man, I haven't had this happen to my crypts ever. The camp's white flag is raised, yeah. So does that mean, yeah, crypts is unavailable? I don't want to exit because I've got a good spot. This is like the spot I want, but I guess it doesn't even matter if he's not doing what I want him to do. That's interesting. I would use that adjective as cream. Oh, here he comes. What the F have you been doing, Crips? Is that the guy? No. What was that guy's name who shot my Crips? I guess I'm gonna have to watch that back later. Zedication. There's no way. Is that the dude? That's Zeducation. Have you ever seen that guy's channel? Zeducation?
Excuse me?
He's got a great one. Yeah, I don't think you could say cream. Wait, did I already go to my moonshine shack? Oh, that popped up. An ad popped up. Wait, did I already make more moonshine? I think I did. Isn't that what yeah, that's what I was just doing. Here, and I need, tarots and heirlooms. Double horns and fangs. Yeah, that's what she looks like at night. That's just her nightly attire. Wait, what was it? Tarot cards and what? Yeah, did you see her the other night when she spoke at the DNC? She's all like monotone and robotic. Oh, family heirlooms, that's what it is. Yeah, robotic. She's like trying to say how she's speaking to the American people, and then all the stuff she said was a bunch of stuff your average American would probably laugh at. But she looked very, very, very sick, and like she was probably suffering from some sort of withdrawal, in my personal opinion. But you probably can't even say that. Good. That's good. If you want the same thing, I guess, that there has been for the last 50 years, people are going to vote for Joe Biden, but if they want House to continually get cleaned up, they're going to go with Orange Man. Orange Man good. Holy shit. What did I just walk into here? Well, she's not even a wrinkly lady, she's a reptilian lady. Reptile. Only I'm not joking. It's not a joke. These guys just standing here waving at each other. They already are. They already are. And as far as that goes, there's plenty of stuff you can look up on that too. That's the exact subject. You shouldn't be. The most surprising stuff that you're gonna hear at this point is all the stuff that how do you say that delicately? Just wait for full disclosure, because that's the most at this point you pretty much know or have a pretty good idea of a lot of the stuff, but just wait for full disclosure, because probably even me am gonna be pretty thoroughly surprised at some of the stuff that comes out. But at this point I'm more than prepared to hear anything, and also to well, not necessarily believe everything that's said, but yep. Yeah, it's a Johnny Depp movie. Well, if you, at this point, if you can do math, you can figure out, basically everyone in Hollywood is also a part of this. Where is this thing at? I'm looking for an heirloom. Oh, it's probably in here. Yeah, anyone who's in Hollywood, all your, well, not just yours, mine too, all your favorite rock stars, all your favorite, movie stars. If you like to mime in a movie, they're involved. Very sad, but that's why they don't have a soul anymore. I think you told me something about liking Simon Cowell at one point, and you can find a pretty well, a picture says it's out 1,000 words. You can find a pretty sensitive subject matter picture of him. We'll just say he's in Thailand. That's all I'll say. No way. What do you mean you're watching it? Watching it on what? That's a Mandela effect. You're pulling my chain. But if you're not, yeah, I want to see it. As far as I know, that's a Mandela effect. Watching it right now. It's my dad's favorite movie. So are you, which dimension are you from then? Oh, I'll take this horn. I just want your horns. Because I remember, and like I grew up in like a religious household where it was like there was only certain things that you could watch, and that was one of the movies I was allowed to watch. Now you can't even find it. Doesn't exist. Different movies. Well, we're talking about a genie. But we're also talking about a movie that is basically unfindable. You have it? Or are you streaming it? What do you mean? I was talking to this boy and this little girl. Well, the main storyline is he's trying to help this kid who's being bullied in school, and what are you watching? What do you mean you're watching it? Because there's a convenient parody of a bunch of different Mandela effects, like like the Monopoly guy with the monocle or without the monocle, or the well, no, seriously, because on YouTube you can this is a legit video, which they're rubbing it in people's faces, all these different Mandela effects, right? So you can find this video of Sinbad playing this genie, but throughout the video there's the spelling of Looney Tunes, the spelling of Fruit Loops, the guy, whether you remember the guy, the Monopoly guy, with or without the monocle. They made a parody. Yeah, Berenstein Bears. That's one of them. Luke, I Am Your Father. I feel like there's one from Indiana Jones or something, maybe? I don't know. Oh, I need... Wow, those shots. I just need some fat. Yeah, Berenstein Bears. But there's also ones like... There's this one of this guy who... he claims to have opened up another portal to another realm, and it's only in this one room in his house where he can, what is it? He uses different frequencies to open up this this portal to like Arcadia, California, or something like that. That video is totally fake. It's totally fake, and he does a great job at making it almost look real. But yeah, if you run across that video is fake, so so don't be fooled by it if you run across it. But I had to watch it probably 8 or 10 times before I started to notice the different reasons why it was fake. Because I was almost convinced at first. Ooh, I'll take your horns. I just want your horns. But yeah, don't be fooled by that. Because there's people out there who try to take advantage of stuff too. The same tattoo. I've seen that video too. I don't know, what are your thoughts on that video? Because I've got my own as well. And I know exactly the one that you're talking about, and he has this whole story. I don't know, for me it's like there are people with a Bigfoot story that seem totally legit. And then there's some there's some who it's like, holy cow, why would you expect anyone to believe your bullshit, you know? Like the one where the kid was in the car and Bigfoot grabbed him out of the car but put him back in the car as it was going like 70 miles an hour. Well, they're all these things, they're all connected. You know. I mean, I can't I can't go into too much detail about, you know, especially on this platform, on a video game. But these things are all, they're all connected. But that's what I mean. The only time that you're gonna be open to hearing this kind of stuff is like when you're ready. Yeah, for sure. 100% real.
That looks like an impressive pelt.
But they're not necessarily what people think that they are.
Stocks are looking good. Beautiful.
But that's what I mean. We got, like, for this to take its full effect, people have got to be ready, and people are not ready right now. And people should be ready. Because at this point it's ridiculous for people to live with their head in the sand. But all these things, and you know, all the different names and all the different things you're seeing in the news and all the reasons why people just aren't ready. This is all a distraction from a much bigger thing that's going on. Well, yeah, if anybody's watching CNN at this point. I mean, nobody's watching mainstream media. Definitely nobody's watching sports right now with, you know, the people who are watching sports are just, it's basically no one. It's basically no one. But there's a reason why. You know, there's a reason why. This stuff's starting to come to a head, and, you know, I'd say, what are we, 2 months, 2 months and 2 weeks before the election? There's going to be a very large portion of well, certain bits of information that come out before the election, but we won't have full disclosure by then. Oh, and she's just one. Like, if you look up all the Kevin Spacey victims, they were all well, that's all I'm gonna say. If you look up the Kevin Spacey victims and where they are now, And some of them died just a few hours after he said that sometimes you need to kill them with kindness. That's no coincidence either, my friend. That's straight up scary. Because there was only 3 of them, but all 3 of them, well, if you do your own research on that, like this, it's things are so scary at this point where you can't even talk about things, you know. And we are supposed to live in like America where we're supposed to have a freedom of speech, but there's a reason why you can't talk about that stuff. They don't want people talking about that stuff. But that's like a dictatorship. That's how they want it. They want us scared. Or they want you scared. Yeah, like, in all honesty, this whole thing with masks and stuff, I really don't care what people's personal preference is. I would personally rather not wear a mask, but I don't want to hassle about it. You know, if I go out in the public, I don't want to hassle about it. If I'm, 6 feet away from somebody, I think I'm still having respect for people's space, but I will totally wear a mask so that I don't have to have the hassle. But in all honesty, you're just talking about a piece of cloth, and underwear doesn't cover a fart, right? So you can't tell me that coronavirus isn't sneaking through. Oh yeah, and then there I said the C word, so I'm probably just gonna get turned off now because that's what they're doing. But so if that happens, that's why. But like, underwear doesn't cover a fart, so you sneeze on me whether I have a mask on or off. That little piece of cloth isn't gonna do jack shit. Sad that people think that it would, but I think as far as this whole epidemic goes, I think it's something that's being pushed by the far left, and it's something that's not as big of a deal as everybody says, but there is something going on. You got all these hidden Hollywood sending hidden messages back and forth to each other. That's a man. Lady Gaga is a he. Yeah, I have my own theories on her too. She is the daughter of a very high priestess. An evil high priestess. See, do I need maps? Because Madame Nazar is right here. Prop motorcycle on the dick shows. I think I talked with you about Michael Obama on. She either has a dildo on her shirt or she's packing heat. Well, I think you're headed in the right direction. But that's the thing is, like a lot of those people before, like Obama was the president, and it was cool to be a transgender for some reason. Oh, shouldn't even say that. uh, a lot of these people from Hollywood, that's exactly what they were. As above, so below. Just research those words. As above, so below. That's their whole motto, and those words come from a specific place, and that's the God that they worship. There you go. That's what it is. And uh, yeah, Baphomet is a transgendered demon, so that's their God. That's what they worship. Yep. Well, that's their whole motto. Like, go back and look at old videos of like when I was a kid, MTV used to play music. And now it's like reality, shows. If you go back and look at stuff like the Jamiroquai video, what's the name of? Oh, Virtual Insanity by Jamiroquai. If you look at that video, and we're talking, relatively newer than a lot of the stuff that they that's really in question. But just as an example of this upside down world that they live in, watch that video. And that's something that they played every 10 minutes on MTV when I was growing up, and this is very symbolic, and it's aimed towards programming a whole generation. I thankfully did not fall for that, but most of the people on the planet did. And that's just one example. But that is a perfect place to start for the symbolism of as above, so below. You might have to look at it a few times. Short problem. Boy problems. Wendy Williams slipped. And did you see where she was dressed as the Statue of Liberty? It was a Halloween episode, but that also is yeah, but do you know why? Oh, these two are right here. The why is more important. Somebody needs their battery charge. Yep. Do you know what? Did you see when she came back what color her hair was? It's very important. Oh, I hear a cougar. Or a bear. Oh, it's a grizz. I thought it was a... Check and see what color Kanye's hair was when he came back. Check and... no. Nope. Check and see what color Kanye's color was when he came back from his meltdown. Check and see what Eminem's hair color was when he came back from his meltdown. And what does it mean? Yep. What does it mean though? It's one of the most important parts about monarchy reprogramming is the color and why, and the significance of why they do that. Wait, what am I looking for here? Bad news. It's Bad News Brown. It's Bad News Brown why they do that. And if you know who Bad News Brown was, that'll take you for a whole nother twist. Bad News Barrett. Nope, Bad News Brown. Yep. That's right. But that... just take a look at how many of those guys have died at a certain... the certain number, right? The magic number that they love. Take a look at the Owen Hart situation, the Ultimate Warrior situation. Nope. Not 27. No, guys like Kurt Cobain and, you know, the 27 Club, those were sacrifices by other people in Hollywood, other people in the music industry. In Kurt's situation, his wife, who benefited the most? His wife, right? Those were all just Hollywood sacrifices. 33. But if you look at, like, well, who Vince McMahon is a human being, right? And that's also the highest admitted number that you can get in the Masonic Temple, because they want to mock Jesus' death and the age that he died. But their magic number is 33 for multiple different reasons. But just right now, take a picture of, or take a look at
There are not many so distinguished in my service. I
take a look at a picture of
All right. What have you found?
the WWE belt turned sideways. Like, just find a picture of like Chris Jericho or somebody holding it on their shoulder. But Vince McMahon is a 33rd degree Mason and has performed lots of sacrifices through his industry. That's going to be a big name that people probably don't even realize. It's just going to be a name that you hear. It's just like no way to get into that stuff without it being controversial somehow.
That looks like an impressive belt.
But it is, well, a lot of people don't know the Undertaker gimmick was, the Undertaker was supposed to be one match, and the Undertaker was based off of Vince McMahon in real life. That's a true story. That's a real thing. Kane didn't come around for quite a while after, and man, they didn't have... Glenn Jacobs is the guy's name. Glenn Jacobs, Glenn Jacobs. And right now, Glenn Jacobs, who's Kane, he's a governor of maybe it's Kentucky. I should know this. But right now, Glenn Jacobs is the governor of, like, Kane, you know. But Kane's supposed to be what? You know, the guy, the first murder, the guy that killed his brother, very first murder that's recorded, you know, as in Genesis. Yeah, and if you just take a look at like Triple H, when Triple H was Hunter Hearst Helmsley, in the very beginning, in about 89, 90, he was a fraction of the size, and it's not just because of steroids. I can't tell you why. I mean, this is all stuff that people should have sort of figured out by now. Yeah, you and me both. I was a huge fan of that growing up. And I might even be kind of guilty of seeing what's going on. Well, at least on AEW nowadays. Not so much in WWE. Because I just know what's going on. And those guys are all in for it. As you know, as soon as all this stuff happens, that's inevitably going to.
Supplies are looking healthy right now.
Wait, wasn't I carrying something else too? But just the death of Owen Hart, the death of the only difference is that the guys in AEW are they're not involved. At some point coming up, you're not even going to see, like, the last WrestleMania that happened in April. That's it. There won't be one next year. You won't even remember that it was a thing. But the most interesting one, well, and this is just an opinion. The clearest, the clearest, yeah, I guess you could say died. I probably would prefer the term sacrifice, but the clearest version of sacrifice is by far the Ultimate Warrior. By far, if you research the case of he dies the morning after he's inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. But you go back to the night before when he's making his induction speech. Kobe Bryant was predictive programming. We already knew he was going to die, and we already knew how he was going to die. It was in a cartoon. That's all predictive programming. What happened with Kevin Spacey? Well, there's just a million things.
You're looking the part there. That's a nice fur.
Oh yeah, everybody saw that even before it happened. But that's predictive programming. They have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. That's part of their little. That's just part of the rituals that they have in their weird little cult. But they have to tell you and they have to show you. And they do both. It's just a lot of people are too dumb to see it. They tell you something every night on the mainstream media news. Just have to listen to it. Pay attention to the numbers. Getting a huge one is getting informed on what Jewish gematria is. That's one of the biggest keys to this whole puzzle. Jewish gematria. If you learn how to do that, you learn how to read that, you can do probably 90% of this stuff on your own. Jewish gematria, that's the biggest key. I'm just kind of waiting for this load to be ready to deliver. Look up a guy called RV Truth. Super interesting dude. Ooh, delivery. Dude has so many backup channels. because his one channel or another, his is always getting removed, taken down. I remember as a kid.
Stocks are looking good.
Where Kane like makes that big motion with his hands and everything, like all the ring posts light on fire. I hear ya. I hear ya. I think that it's, I don't know, the
Self-sufficient, answering to no one. We are making
Chris
some-
Benoit,
Now this might even put a smile on your face.
Owen Hart,
It's time to make a sale. I found some buyers locally, and not the highest price.
Ultimate Warrior,
Easy money. And I'll
Macho
give
Man
you
Randy
your
Savage.
word any day.
They were all sacrifices. That's what they. He didn't do it. He didn't do that. I know exactly what happened. And we are all gonna know at some point. We're all gonna know. But holy crap, I went crazy from all the blows. He went crazy from all the blows to the head. No, that's the official story. But he was a sacrifice, and that was a cover. That was the story that they told you, mainstream media, for sure. But is that what happened? No. It's gonna be... That's probably one of the... Is that why WWE doesn't talk about him? Well, they don't talk about him because they say he did something horrible that he didn't do. And Vince knows, because Vince is in charge. But no, he didn't do that. And we'll all know one day. But his is one of the, and he's not the only one. They're gonna clear names. There's even gonna be people that you thought were dead that show back up. Like, that's how that's how little people understand about what's going on right now. There's people that people have thought were dead for a long time that are not. And there's also people who that's a pretty educated guess. It's a pretty educated guess, but more than just that. But Chris Benoit won't be the only name that's cleared. Either people having said that a certain individual, whoever they are, had done something that they didn't, that someone else was responsible for. If that makes sense. But he will be one of the biggest high-profile ones that's name gets cleared. I mean, if you just look at the basic facts without getting too far into it, if you just look at a whole 24 hours somebody had posted before anybody knew that, before they supposedly even had died, even on by the coroner's report, a whole 24 hours before, someone had posted from the WWE that Nancy Benoit was dead. No, that was a whole 24 hours before the coroner even said they had passed away. So what happened? Heard weeks before he died, he kept speeding and saying people were following him. Yeah, Chavo Guerrero tells a pretty good story. These are all things. Most of the information is there already. But people have to look at these things and well, Eddie's a sacrifice too. Eddie was 38. He wasn't 33, but they have to have these high-profile things every year. Eddie was one of the most beloved guys in the whole business. And he would have done anything, said anything, sold his family, or not sold his family, done anything for his family, including be that sacrifice if it meant that his family was going to have a future. Let's just say Chris Benoit did not want that for himself or for his family because he knew what that meant for the next generation. That's about as much as I can say. He was not willing to do that, and he's no longer here, but he probably put up the best fight out of anybody in that situation. Let's say that. But Eddie, Eddie's another story. Eddie was the Illuminati dream. Medication waste. No. In one word, no. It didn't have anything to do with his medication. You have to remember, whatever you're being told by any official story of anything big, no, it wasn't an overdose. Anything that you're being told in an official story of any kind, of any major event in the last 150 years, is not the truth. And I'm not exaggerating at all. As above, so below. You almost have to think the complete opposite of what you're being told and apply it to any major event within the last 150 years. And you'll be a million times closer than the truth as you would be if you were just believing the official narrative. No. No, these are willing participants. Not Chris Benoit was not a willing participant. But Eddie went willingly. Just like Ultimate Warrior did. It was about security for their family. Eddie was a willing sacrifice, yeah. Chris Benoit was not. But he put up one hell of a fight. But he didn't need that. He didn't want his family to be a part of that. Eddie needed that for his family. Man, Chris Benoit, he was one of my favorites when I was growing up. I used to call him the vicious dwarf. And here's why. Like, I don't mean that as a derogatory thing at all. This is why, like, Chris Benoit was always been one of my favorites. Any match you still look at was any match you look at could be in the top 10 matches of all time. And he was so short and buff, just like a pit bull. Yeah, exactly. So if you look at it, what they medically call a dwarf's legs are as long as their arms, which is long as their torso. All of their features are identical in length. And if you look at Chris Benoit, holy shit, that man was vicious. Not in the way, you know, that
That'll work too.
he was guilty of the things that they say he did outside the ring. But in that profession, and all of he was probably like 5'8", maybe 5'10", at most, at best, with boots on. But all of his limbs were exactly the same proportion. His arms were as long as his legs, which were exactly as long as his whole entire torso. And those are traits of a medical dwarf. I'm not being derogatory in any way. It's a medical term. But, you know, I guess so is male and female, and people get pissed off about that too. But honestly, he was a vicious dwarf, and vicious inside the ring, completely not guilty of all the things that people think that he was guilty of. And there's a very large portion of people who know that he didn't do that. And unfortunately, most of those people are in that industry but can't speak up. Well, it was a little little different than that,
Supplies are good. I'm a
but
happy man.
ultimately, you're on the right track. Not quite as not quite as easy as that, but you know, it wasn't. Yeah, I don't think it was like that either. He knew that, you know, like they want certain things, you know, they want certain things, and if you're not willing to give it to them, they take more than they asked for. But ultimately, they wanted something he was not willing to give them. That's what I mean, because he knew what was going to happen. Yeah, it's so hard to explain without. So yeah, if you go and listen to that call with Chavo and listen to the way that Chavo talks about it, there was a scuffle at the door, right? Did you hear that part of the conversation with Chavo? Where there's a scuffle at the door, Chris drops his phone, and then he has to call him back. If my memory serves me right, Chav said it was probably about 2 hours later, and when he called him back, he sounded all groggy. Those are very important details, and Chav knows. Chav knows what happened to his Uncle Eddie. Chav knows what happened to his buddy Chris. Chav talks, Chav's dead too. But he gives you enough. He gives you very key details. And people don't pay attention to that stuff. But there's a huge portion in Chavo's, just the detailed interview that he gives about that conversation, what happened later, the text message about how he wanted him to check on the dogs. Hardcore Holly was supposed to stop by there that day. Hardcore Holly, in real life, if you ever met the guy, he treats you like you just killed his mom. That's how he treats you if you ever meet him in real life. Like you just personally killed his mother. He was supposed to go have a lunch with Chris that day. Very strange. Very strange. And also a detail that nobody really brings up for some reason. A very dangerous man. Also a guy who would do just about anything for the business, for Vince. So Holly's a Whitman. Holly knows more. But it took more than one. It took more than one. That's Chris put up a fight. Sometimes I still like to go back and watch Chris Benoit matches. His match with Kurt Angle, and well, shit, he had a couple good ones with Brock. Just about anything with Chris in it was perfection. Oh yeah, dude, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, everybody, and not just you. Like I said, me too, man. Like, my favorite band since I was 11 years old has always been this band called 311. He was your favorite? Not Dwayne. Yep, Dwayne. That's not, whatever that is that they say is Dwayne Johnson now is not Dwayne Johnson. You know, that's the kind of things that you have to remember. A lot of my favorite, you know, celebrities, if that's what you want to call them, they're not even human. So yeah, I was very very bummed in the beginning of my journeys through this stuff about 15 years ago, but I didn't realize how far really this rabbit hole goes. It's way deeper than, I mean, I'm still finding stuff out on a daily basis that I never thought was even possible. No shit, dude. Isn't that crazy? So The Rock, did you know this? So The Rock just bought the XFL from Vince McMahon for $15 million when Vince put $200 million into it. Then that's not even a joke. The Rock just bought the XFL from Vince McMahon, and he thinks he can do something with it. Which, you know, maybe he can. I don't know, but he's probably going to be in prison soon anyway, or whatever reptile lives in that skin is going to be dead. But that is not a human. Whatever that is, ate Dwayne and digested him a long time ago. Oh man, he hasn't needed Vince since like 2002. Probably since the first Mummy, right? 2002-ish. But that also tells you something about when did he take his place as a 33rd degree Mason. Like, if you look at all these people's careers, right? You look at all these people's careers, it doesn't matter what profession they come from. If they're famous, you look at their career, you see when they started to become really big. All of a sudden you get this big push by mainstream whatever. And then look in their life, who died around that time? All of them. Oh, John Cena's not human. Just, and I mean, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news or bum anybody out, but this is the reality of it. If you know who they are because you saw them on TV, they're in. You'll be fine without John Cena. You'll be fine without John Cena. You'll be fine. But that's the reality of it. If you know who they are because you saw them on TV, and they've been around for a while, and they have a big push, or they hold a belt, even in the UFC, they hold a belt. They have a big push. They're MK Ultra. They're reptilian. They are an agenda. They, what you think they are, whatever it is that you think they are not that. It doesn't even have to be celebrities, politicians. A lot of stuff going on, but yeah, The Rock, John Cena, they're at the top of the list. Alright, there's some horns to pick up. Yeah, if you know who they are. Yeah, there's no way around it. People like in this movement try to say about how Ricky Gervais is a good guy. I'm sorry, I have to see proof. Well, hopefully your cousin's okay right now. It's a bad world. Yeah, did you read the new stuff that got put out about him for Epstein Island? Holy cow. I couldn't even believe it when I read it. I just want your horn. Well, that, and he was so evil, no one wanted a room next to him who were doing the same thing as him because he was too evil for them to listen to him. That is messed up, dude. I mean, the whole thing is just beyond psychotic, but for them to have preferences on who they were next to, dude, that's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And, you know, like Seth MacFarlane and Family Guy is doing predictive programming about about who about Kevin Spacey by name. Nobody did anything about it. That was like 8 years ago, dude. People have known about this for that long, and it took until Donald Trump got into office for anything to be done about it. That's the fact. It doesn't matter if you like him or hate him. It doesn't matter. That's the fact. Oh yeah, Trump's been in the Trump was in the Simpsons down to the sign that gets dropped on the escalator when the first day he took office. Down to the sign that gets dropped. That is not a coincidence. That's time travelers. That's predictive programming. And that's just not one thing. That's one example, yeah. But that's the bottom of the. That's just the surface. But these people, even with what happened at the DNC this week, it's that was scary to see. They're still doing this stuff. Like, people are onto them and know what's going on. They're still trying to do this stuff. The whole DNC, that whole 4 days of the DNC this last week was full of symbolism and different kinds, not just Jewish, but different kinds of gematria. They're still doing it. And there's so many people that are onto them. And they're still trying to get away with this stuff. Like they just think they can go on about it like they never got caught. Well, yeah. I mostly am used to this because this is how I've been since I was a little kid. I got kicked out of church because I had too many questions about the Bible. At 10 years old. And the question was, well, there was two questions. Well, that's the thing. And Q said you will lose friends. Yep, I had two main questions that got me kicked out of church, and they both had to do with Genesis. And they didn't even let me get. They didn't even let me get like to the actual questions that I had, because Genesis, you know, you're 2 chapters in, and there's only 8 people. But then all of a sudden, after Cain kills Abel, he's banished, right? Lost ads. How are you all? Great. We're doing good. We're having weird discussions about life stuff. So, like, right after Cain kills Abel, he's banished. And then it's only 8 people. But he's banished. Then he takes a wife and finds the land of Nod, right? N-O-D. Finds the land of Nod. Well, where did this woman come from? And what was her name? Right? Was it Lilith? Because supposedly Eve wasn't the first woman. Supposedly Lilith was the first woman. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying this is supposed information that the whole entire world has access to. But how can you go from there being only 8 people in the 2nd chapter of Genesis to he's banished to the land of Nod but finds a wife? Where'd she come from and what's her name? That's my question. That's it. And that's only about Genesis. I've got a million questions about the Bible. But they're not questions that shouldn't have an answer, number one. And it doesn't mean that you're a horrible person because you want to know more about the book that you're reading. And sure. See, I don't necessarily even know that that's real, but like the Bible it's a book that's so open to interpretation. It just depends on who's reading the book. But if there's certain things that don't make sense, you better expect that someone's going to have a question about it. And have an answer, you know? But don't say, hey, you can't, it wasn't my choice at that age to go to church anyway. I was like, hey, sweet, I don't have to go to church anymore. They don't want me there. And, you know, I could think of things on a Sunday afternoon that I would rather be doing other than being at church when I'm a young kid anyways. Yeah, and then like for me, I'd fall asleep and then my mom would get mad that I was asleep. She'd want us to like take notes and shit. It was like, hey, if these guys can't answer my question about the first couple pages of a book they want me to dedicate my life to, I don't really want to be a part of that. That's how I always felt. There should be an answer for everything if it's supposed to be the truth. but that doesn't even account. I've read the Bible. I've read multiple different versions of the Bible. Cover to cover. But I've learned more on my own research than I ever did by attending a church. My dad messes up backtrap. Yeah, and what for me growing up, right? This is another Mandela effect, and this has to do with the Bible. I remember the lion shall lie with the lamb, not the wolf. Now the Bible says wolf shall lie with the lamb. I always remember the lion shall lie with the lamb. Doesn't matter what book, what Bible, what version, who, it doesn't matter what you look it up on. In any book, even in my personal Bible, from when I was a kid that has always read the lion shall lie with the lamb, now reads the wolf shall lie with the lamb. My own personal Bible that I've had forever. The words in it are changed. It does no longer say the lion, it says the wolf. Absolutely impossible unless they're doing something to our world. It's absolutely impossible. That was been in my possession for, that's the only Bible that I ever had. First Bible that I ever got. I was probably 8 years old, 10 years old, maybe at the most. Always said lion. Now it says wolf. Wait, do I have any more on this? Yes. Yeah, it's like religion, they don't want you to ask questions. They just want you to go along with what you're told. And for me, the best part about learning anything is being able to ask questions. You said we didn't in heaven we're perfect. And that's a belief, you know. The room got so quiet. It's like I said, the Bible is just, it's a book that's open to interpretation. Just depends on who's reading it, you know. But why wouldn't each person have, each person's brain is different, right? So why wouldn't we each have our own viewpoint on it? Why is it okay to be told what you have to believe when there is so much room for interpretation? Your parents? What religion are they? Like what church do you or they or your family? What do you guys belong to? Because I honestly don't know of any church that's cool with asking questions. Like, oh, you think for yourself? I don't. Whoa, why are you shooting at me? Holy cow, I didn't do anything. Is that also, do you believe in like the Trinity? Baptist. Oh, dude, why? Trinity meaning, you know, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. All three entities. Or do you just believe that there's one supreme being? That's such a weird thing to say. So you believe in the Trinity. So you believe in the Trinity, but do you believe they're all one thing? Or they're all separate? They're separate entities. And also, to answer your question a little bit more in depth, what you asked earlier, if I talk about this with people in real life and they think I'm crazy, the answer to that is less now than they did before. Because there's stuff that I've been seeing for years that are right now we're starting to see through to full fruition. But for the last 15 years or so, people have looked at me like I'm nuts because this is the kind of stuff that I choose to research. I would agree with that. The New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures is what they go by. That's what their Bible name is, the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. And it is by far the most inaccurate publication of anything that has to do with anything biblical. Anything. 100%. I'm gonna grab some more water real quick. I'll be right back. JWs, they don't like it. Well, there's a lot of things that they don't like, but have you ever had them come to your door? Because there's a few really quick ways to get them to leave your house. I mean, I'll let any. Okay, so next time, like, are you talking like once a week or like once a month? Because I can tell you how to get rid of them. It's something I know really well. Okay, so if you got a pen, write the name of this book down. Your dad might even be interested in this because this will work. They'll never come to your house again. It's a woman and her daughter. Well, even better, because see, they send women and children because they won't be able to answer questions, but they get people to answer their door. So what they do is they send these people, and then once they find someone with a question, they'll send an elder over to like see if you're somebody that they can manipulate. And so if you got a pen, I'm not even joking, if you got a pen, write down this name. So it's a book that's called Shepherding the Flock of God. Shepherding the Flock of God. Ask them if they can get you a copy of that book. They will never come back to your house. Ever. But there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. Nobody knows about this book. Nobody knows about this book. Their own members don't know about this book. The only people that know about this book are the people who wrote this book in Bethel, New York, for the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. And what it is a book that directs the people within their congregations and within their ministry that are guilty of things like pedophilia, and it tells them how to get out of those charges, how to manipulate the families who are trying to accuse them, how to go about manipulating the court system with money. Ask them. Say, you bring me a Shepherding the Flock of God book, and I'll talk to you about more than just the Bible. They'll never come back to your house. Ever. You'll never have them approach you for anything. And it is literally that simple, because what happens, right? You're like, why is that what works? The reason that works is because nobody's supposed to know about this book. Okay? So if they're going, and they don't know, you don't tell them what the book is. What they'll say, especially if it's just a woman and her daughter, she'll say, well, I don't think we published that book. I'll have to talk to an elder and see if it's an older publication or something. So they'll do that. And instantaneously, as soon as that woman or her daughter says to the elder, hey, what's this book? They immediately have to do damage control with that woman or with that daughter, whichever the case is, to say, hey, that book doesn't exist. And what it does is get them going, hey, wait a second. What is that? They'll say, don't ever go to that person's person's house again, because they don't know what they're talking about. It gets the ball rolling for that person to start having certain questions. Hey, what's that book? They don't even want people to know that that book exists. It doesn't matter if it's people from their own religion. All that matters is that one person out there knows what it is, and there's a lot of us out there that know exactly what that book is. But that's seriously, that's all you have to do. You'll never get a final confirmation from them, but they will never come to your house again, ever. Yeah, I do it all. One time I said, like every year they come to your house for, it's like a mandatory thing that they have to get a certain amount of hours for the memorial. And one time I said, no, and like where I live, there's probably like 8 or 10 different congregations, so you get a bunch of different ones. None of them are the same. Wait, why is my camp up here? I guess it's been about a year since I've had any up here, but there's like 5 or 6 different congregations around here, so you're always getting like a different person. But I've never had anybody come back. I've had a male who was here. I think it was like on a Saturday, and he just made the female that was with him leave, but he was obviously an elder and had the book in his briefcase, because only elders can have them. But he was also probably some sort of pedophile too, because that's what they are. But I had a woman come ask me, this was 2 or 3 years ago, she had a pamphlet in her hand, and I recognized it. I said, are you Jehovah's Witness here to ask me to come to your memorial? And she said, yeah, how do you... This was before she even said anything. All I did was answer the door and recognize the pamphlet. She said, yeah, how do you know? And I said, well, I'm of the anointed. So I know everything before it happens. Which is, to them is complete blasphemy. Which I thoroughly enjoy that stuff. But I'm pretty atheist. But I know a lot about religion, which is why I've come to that conclusion on my own. Been very well educated and multifaceted. I want to troll them. I don't know. I don't go out of my way to like do that stuff. I think that knowledge is power, and I think that that's a very underestimated phrase. And as long as you know what you're talking about, and as long as you've done some research on a wide variety of things, and at least you know a little bit about each subject that you're trying to talk about, it goes a lot farther than knowing nothing and just being told like some robot what to believe about everything. You won't really need to troll anyone. But you will have a very good sense of how to understand the dynamic of a lot of different cultures or a lot of different beliefs. But I refuse to be a programmed robot. My brain works and functions perfectly well on its own as far as I can tell. But all this stuff that people have, you know, for years looked at me like I was crazy for, is they're starting to come ask me questions because a lot of what I said is starting to happen right before our very eyes. Well, we're not, like, we've got a whole nother slew of different problems that are coming our way. Nobody's even brought up yet. Nobody. No political person, no activist, no no one. There's a whole shitstorm that's white with blue lights that it's gonna hit so many, it's gonna blindside so many people, and I've been talking about it for years. Yeah, and everyone will see it, but you'll know it when you see it. It's gonna be white with blue lights.
Thank you.
That's a distraction. Do you really think, like, honestly, do you really think that something that we've had video on for 2.5 years, that we've seen 2.5 years ago, do you really think that they now release that and say, oh, this is real, and expect us white with blue lights? Yeah, I can't say. I can't tell you. I can tell you that. What I can tell you white with blue lights, and that's all that I can say. But yeah, no, you're right. Project Blue Beam is a real thing, but do you really think that the video that we've had for 2.5 years, 2.5 years, that we've known, we've had confirmation of 2.5 years ago when it was released by that stupid guy from Blink 182. Do you think that they would let that guy leak that stuff 2.5 years ago and then now put it out and say, oh, this is real? We already knew it was real. If you can look at that and have already known it for 2.5 years and see that they're showing you that and not wonder what they're distracting you from, because we've already known that. You won't know it until you see it, and that's too late. But I can't tell you. You'll know though. But it's a whole different it's a whole different shitstorm that people haven't even begun to pick up on yet. It pisses me off because everything is right there in front of us. All we have to do is open our damn eyes and look at all right there. And there's even shit, I wish it was a fucking TV. No. I can't. My hands are tied. I can't say that. I can tell you the direction you're headed in is not the right direction. I can't. I don't even want to be associated. I'm so far under the radar. Like, seriously, I stream games and you happen to start talking to me about the right subjects. I'm not even sure why you started asking me about this stuff in the very beginning. You must have sensed something that I am into that, but it's like, seriously, just started streaming for for just fun, and I never in a million years thought anybody would ask me, you know, on a Red Dead channel about stuff that had to do with what's actually going on in real life. I thought at the most somebody would be like, I thought at the very most somebody would ask me, you know, where to find an armadillo or something in this game. If anybody even stopped in at all. But I never thought in a million years somebody would ask me stuff that I actually know about but can't say anything. This is all stuff. I'd like to think that we don't have to wait. And it really depends on how our president wants to play his chess game. Because if he gives us full disclosure before the election, he's going to be facing some backlash. But if he waits too far beyond the election, people are going to start to get impatient. Because, like, I've been waiting for years and years and years. But there's some people who are starting to get impatient who have only been waiting a few months. And that's sad. Like, they're brand new to this movement and their eyes are freshly opened and they're already impatient. But this isn't something that you can push. This is something that has to be done at the right time for the right reasons. No, I think it's more normal for people to ask. Well, it's not just the Q movement. The Q movement has pushed this into the more mainstream media. Well, no. Sorry, I take that back. I don't mean mainstream media. It's pushed it more into the mainstream as people are somewhat aware, right? But this has been something that has been going on for a long time. I'm so sick of, like, the other night my girlfriend was like, let's watch a movie, and I don't want to see anybody from Hollywood. I'm so tired of professional sports. I don't have any interest in watching a movie with, you know, famous so-and-sos who aren't even human beings, that take part in rituals that are completely obscene, and the majority of people would be disgusted if they knew what was actually going on, right? I don't care about that. I don't want to watch a movie. I don't want to watch sports. Like, we have to listen to Kaepernick complain that, you know, white people are such horrible people. He was adopted and raised by white people, had a very privileged life, is a third string quarterback, makes how many millions of dollars and does nothing. And he's going to tell me how privileged I am. That's not fair. I'm not going to, you know, be talked down to, because I know where I stand. Posted Project Mockingbird 1 week ago. Guess I missed it. You can always watch them. It's never too late. Unless YouTube takes it down, it's never too late.
Supplies are good. I'm a happy man.
That's what I mean. That's why he's third string. That's why I said he's a third string quarterback, and he's trying to tell me that, like, you know, when I call and order a pizza, I don't get a white privilege card that says, okay, it'll be there for free 20 minutes before everybody else is. That is not a reality. Yeah, I'm a white guy, but my life is not privileged in any iota. At all. You know? Like, my mom died early. I never met my dad till I was 28. Blah blah blah. You know, like all that stuff. A few examples. I am not privileged, but I'm white. It does. There is no white privilege card. You know, Colin Kaepernick is not gonna. I'm not gonna tune into sports so I can watch him kneeling and making more of a protest about things that happened years and years ago, as opposed to what's going on right now. Sounds like the PS5 with the newest PS. Okay, you got me. You got it. Shit, I wish it was that. I won't be investing in a new first generation PS5 though, I can tell you that. Not a first gen. Especially, like, they're like, oh hey you guys, here's a new next generation console and you can play Grand Theft Auto 5 on it. I'm not doing that, I'm sorry. That's the first thing they showed was Grand Theft Auto 5. You can play. Oh, me too. You never buy a first generation model, they all break. All the first gen models break. seeing all the people who were like, hey, I just stopped in for the first time to see how you were doing on Red Dead. And then they're like, oh, this guy's ranting about the book of Genesis. I probably am not going to pay any attention to this guy. But, you know, like I said, for me, that's it. It is what it is. YouTube is a very strange place to begin with. I don't care about anything other than having a little bit of fun, and every once in a while something will happen on this game where you're like, dang, I'm happy I was recording that because that was really cool, or you know, you got to help somebody or meet somebody or something. But man, I'm not a streamer. I'm not a... Is the thing that's white with blue lights coming, or is it just your last question about that topic? Well, that's a trick question, and you didn't even know that you asked a trick question. The reason it's a trick question is because so we are under a firmament, right? All the technologies that are around right now, all of them, I don't care what it is. Wireless, cell phone, laptop, I don't care what it is. All of the technologies that we have now, we have always had. Always. We are under the firmament, which means there's nothing new that ever comes out and nothing new that ever goes in. Every bit of technology that we have now, we have always had since the beginning of time. That's the reality. I'm not saying that, you know, you or anybody else who might ever hear this at any point has to believe that. That's the truth, whether you believe it or not. We are under the firmament. Everything that's here has always been here. We will never have anything new. We will never lose anything, but we will never gain any new technologies either. Everything we have has always been here. So to answer that question is a little difficult because of that fact. So no, it is not something new, but it will be something that's new to certain people. But there is nothing that you will ever see that's new. Absolutely, everything is a technical. It doesn't matter if it's a hammer. It doesn't matter if it's a baseball bat. Everything that you know, everything that I know, everything that's on this earth is all a technology of some nature. Fire, even fire, is a technological advancement. Throwing you off. Well, that's not my intention. It's more like I'm keeping you on your toes. My intention isn't to throw you off. Well, I can't just tell you. I can't I can't just say certain things. But everything is a technology. And that's how we have to look at the world. But there is nothing new. There will never be anything new. All the shit that they tell you they have now, can the white blue lighted object kill me? I would do everything I could, and I will do everything that I can for myself and my family to never be in close contact with one. I personally will. I will do everything I can to keep myself and my family away from white with blue lights. No, that's the vaccine. No, that's a vaccine. The mark of the beast is the vaccine. Don't get it. It'll either go on your forehead or on your right hand. That I can tell you for sure. Don't get the vaccine. Absolutely do not get tested for what's going on in this pandemic. Well, but the vaccine, so they want to put it in your forehead. What's the easiest way to get into your forehead? Before I say anything else, how do they do a COV19 test? Well, it's the algorithm on YouTube. If you say it, they'll just take you down. And I don't like, you know, not a religious streamer or anything, but I don't want to be on some weird fucking list that I got taken down for. Well, yeah, Google, Apple. I personally, a lot of people, like even in my real life, who know me and know that this is true, it can barely believe it. This is true. I don't have a cell phone. I will not have a cell phone. I don't have a Twitter account. I don't have Instagram. I have a Facebook that I started so long ago, but guess what, man? I regret that I ever started a Facebook. I don't have any of that stuff though. Yeah, I don't want people. Okay, so people are okay with the fact that they have a device in their pocket, collects all the data anybody they call, anybody they text, anywhere they go has GPS coordinates. People are willing to go so far as to put exactly, yeah, you can disable it, but guess what? You can't delete it. It tells you, it says it may take up to 3 months. See, I never fucked with that, so I'm in the clear there. But I never had a Twitch or I never had a Twitter or an Instagram or, you know, Facebook, Instagram, FBI, Facebook, FB, Instagram, I. That's a data collection service. And if I would have known at the beginning of, you know, when Facebook was starting to take off, I was kind of like, oh, I don't see how this could be an imminent danger to myself or my, my family or my information or anything. That's the biggest CIA database that they ever could have made, and all of the people willingly gave their own information away. They didn't need narcs. They didn't need investigations. They didn't need people to come in and tell them. And already has. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they didn't need that. They've got everything they need. Even people who never have had a Facebook, I'm being serious when I say this. Even people who never have had a Facebook, who are tagged in some stupid photo, even though they never had it, it's in a database who belongs to that face. And people willingly gave up all of their own information. It's the biggest CIA database dump that's ever happened, and they didn't have to do anything. Nice. I always wanted to go out on a boat, like in Alaska, like on a fishing boat, and be at sea for like 3 months. Just grow a beard and forget the whole world. Just for 3 months at a time. Never did that. I always wanted to do that though.
That looks like an impressive film.
Well, Admiral Byrd told us. You know who Admiral Byrd is? Admiral Byrd in 1930, I want to say it was 34. Well, he did expeditions from early 1930s, but I want to say it was 1934 that he told us exactly what was on the other side of Antarctica. Admiral Byrd, do you know who he is? Admiral Byrd. B-Y-R-D. Not B-I-R-D. You know who he is? Well, do you know who he is first? B-Y-R-D. Holy shit, it's 4 a.m. Well, he was. So there's an interview that he gives where he spills the beans, and you can tell he's not. You can tell that he had no idea that he wasn't supposed to spill the beans. Like, this was before the idea of classified documentation on things by the military, and this could also be one of the reasons why there is such a thing as classified documentation. But he first went on an expedition to Antarctica late 1929, maybe early 1930, somewhere in there. And so he was flying in with expectations that he was supposed to meet an unknown entity, right? That's it. They didn't tell him what, who. So he's flying his airplane in over the passage, which ironically is now one of the only passages in the entire world that people are forbidden from flying over. Everything goes a certain way over Antarctica or near Antarctica, but nothing ever goes over Antarctica, right? So oddly enough, maybe that's coincidence, probably not. So something, and this is all his, this isn't written documentation. I mean, he does have a diary that he keeps about all this stuff, but there's not just one form of him documenting this, right? He writes it down in his diary, but he also has, like, he's on what the equivalent at the time would be to our, like, well, I hate to use him as a example, but, like, the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Like, he's on a Late Show of its time, early 1930s. And he says that he's going over the path of flight that he's told by his to go to, and he gets to a certain point and something takes a hold of his craft, although it turns off the engine, and it's just basically a hovering airplane, but it's being, and these are his words, that it, like a tractor beam sucking you in. There's no engines, there's nothing moving the plane that's of Earth. It's like all, like all gravity has dissipated, and his plane is being pulled in via tractor beam. So two beings, they pull him down, he comes in for a landing, and two beings are there to greet him that are not human. This is all stuff that he's telling this late night show of, the 1930s of its era, that he's experiencing. And they're speaking with him telepathically. This whole meeting, there's only one of the beings that he actually verbalizes words with. The other one is reading his mind and telepathically putting imprintations of his thoughts into Admiral Byrd's mind, right? So he goes on to say, they show him this whole different civilization. But not only that, he says there's a whole land mass that's twice the size of the United States beyond what we know as Antarctica. Beyond. So Hollow Earth? No, he never gets into specifics of a Hollow Earth necessarily. But we do know, and not just because of Admiral Byrd, but we also do know just because of Google Earth, there's a place called Rothschild, Antarctica. Okay? Now, if you know anything about the background of what that name could mean, it's a very significant piece to that puzzle of how you said you wanted to go to Antarctica to see what was there. Rothschild, Antarctica. Rothschild should sound eerily familiar, yes. And scary. But why? It's one of the last tips of the piece of Antarctica that you can see. Why is that the border? And I'm using the word border on purpose, because that's not the end of that landmass. Yep, it's the last name. Look up, well, you could look up any of them. Jacob is going to be the most proficient living Rothschild, but very interesting how that could be a border with that name, because it doesn't. That's the border that they draw on the map. But by no means is that the end of Antarctica. No. It is a border. Yes. But not the way they put it on that map. Proficient. Very proficient family. But one that's losing their power right now. If that makes sense. They can. Wait, oh, that can read minds. Are they? That's kind of a hard one. Define what you mean. By demon. Because there's a few definitions. What are you smoking? Well, I've got my medical marijuana license, so I'm having a little medicine break. Satanic entities. That's where it gets weird. You know, like all this other stuff wasn't weird enough. Mind readers No. If you're asking if I know for sure, I can't say for sure. But if you're asking my opinion, I'd say no. Mind reading isn't normal. No. But shit, neither is being double jointed. You know? Well, my personal experience, right? So when I was 14, right? My sister comes home from, there's 10 years difference between my sister and I, right? So she comes home from a vacation in Hawaii, like 2-week vacation in Hawaii. She comes back. This is a true story. She comes back. I say, "You're pregnant and your baby's gonna be born on my birthday." Guess what happened? My niece is exactly 14 years younger than me. To the day. Right? Exactly 14 years to the day. Happened exactly like I said it would. She was pregnant. She had a baby a month and a half. Wait. Yeah, a month and a half premature. I don't know. I have no idea. I just knew. She said her exact words were, "I didn't tell mom yet." Does she remember you saying that? Oh yeah. Yep, she does. Unfortunately, I don't I don't associate with my sister anymore. But yes, she does. My niece knows. My mom passed away 10 years ago, but she knew. That's not even the weirdest thing I could tell you about what I've seen before. But this, the white with blue lights, not to get too much into that, like my niece, as an example, is something that I was shown, right? Didn't ask. I didn't. It was information that I received one way or the other, and
Supplies are good. I'm a happy man.
white with blue lights is another thing that I was shown. and I've already seen the first portion. I guess you could say something like that. It's not something that's very easy to understand. If that's what they are, that they're not controllable. But I definitely wouldn't categorize. I wouldn't say that myself. No, I think if that's going to help with anything, it's going to be not getting cancer. I don't think that has. I don't think that that's my reality. But I know that. But well, like just the thing with my niece is like. Barely scratching the surface. I mean, that's not like the supernatural stuff that's happened to me through my life is probably stuff that a whole lot of other people couldn't live through without having some form of PTSD. But just like I could probably tell you 4 hours worth of stuff that has happened to me that's supernatural, that I've witnessed. Not all of it is as easy as you be seeing scary shit. Well, that's what I was gonna say. I think some people would be freaked out. But I'm not one of those people. But those, like, without being too weird, those things only make manifest to ones who are going to have a certain reaction. My parents have, and I don't know that I would necessarily categorize. It's just so weird because everything's a different. Everybody has a different interpretation of things that they see. You know, I might see something that I might know exactly what it is that somebody else could see they don't know how to explain. You know what I mean? But the thing, if you've had those experiences too, that you need to remember those things only make manifest themselves to people who will understand. But from also the sounds of things, you understand more than the average person. Doesn't matter how old you are. Doesn't matter, you know, your life experience. All that matters is your aura. That's it. You can be very young, but I have an old soul. You think you could guess my race? Well, I'd be if I just answered your question, I would just look really smart. But you already told me what race you are. So, me being the honest person that I am, I can't just say, yeah, I can guess, because you already told me. You did. You did. But see, that's not my style to exploit you. Because you didn't remember you told me, and I could have just played it like you never had and just said, yeah, I can guess that you're an African American young male. You already told me that. That's not who I am. It's not my style. Well, I appreciate that, but seriously, man, like, no, I'm not. I'm not about to say, you know, anything other than what the truth is, what I know. So I just appreciate you hanging out with me and looking at this stupid stream. I'm not even doing anything. You think I got a fade or an afro? Try to guess. Well, is it only one of the two? Like, are those is this a A-B question? Okay, so fade or an afro? You know, I think I have to go with what the style is right now. The style's more of a fade right now, isn't it? Unless you're trying to be Kaepernick, and I don't think you're trying to be Kaepernick. I mean, at least that's the impression that you've given me, that you want the opposite of what guys like that want. So I'm going with fade. You defy style. Well, if it's only one of the two, I don't have much. I don't think afros are style. Like I said, unless somebody out there is looking up to Kaepernick like that's what they want to be these days. You don't strike me as a person that wants to be Kaepernick. See, yeah, I got it right. You don't seem like the afro kind of guy. It's pretty funny when white guys try to have all those afros, though, isn't it? You just meant to say what kind of hairstyle do I have? But see, then, like, if other people were watching, not you, but if other people were watching, they might be like, hey, it's racist if you say an afro. Sides cut. I think you know what I'm trying to say. You know, like if somebody else was watching this and they said, and I said afro, someone would try to call me some kind of racist or something. Yeah, so technically I was right. No vision required. You- like, I've... Yeah, I know. I know. I'm like the furthest thing from racist. But I think that's what a lot of people are like when they're scared of something or when they don't know how to like communicate or identify with something that is different to them. I think this day and age, it's not their fault, but I think that it's just natural for them to be like, oh no, that person's a racist because they think, you know, a little bit different than I do. I think that it's sad because that's what the normal has become for people to play that card, but no, by no means give me that impression at all. It's just like, you know, it's the same thing that we were talking about earlier. Once people really wake up, kind of see what has been going on right in front of them, a lot of people are gonna be just instantaneously pissed off. Honestly, that's like, do you know what? Ooh, I hear a flower. Yeah, a flower. So, just out of curiosity, do you know what Wendy's? Do you know what their slogan is for their hamburgers? Wait, why do I hear something else? Just out of curiosity, this has an actual, you know, I'm going somewhere. I'm gonna grow dreads. And I don't know what Wendy's slogan is. So have you ever heard the slogan, fresh, never frozen hamburgers? Fresh, never frozen hamburger patties. Have you ever heard that? Because that slogan is extremely important with the follow-up. Have something to do with GMO lab-made food or kids. I never heard that. Okay, so just this last week, the governor of my state put out a this pisses me off, okay, on a personal level. So it's kind of like, it's still fresh in my mind, so it's like, it pisses me off. So the governor of my state releases a statement last week that says that he's worked with governor of California to get fresh, never frozen, aborted fetuses from the state of California, where it is legal to do abortions. Okay? In the title, it has fresh, never frozen in quotations, and it makes very strong mention in the article towards these things. These fetuses have been being used in certain fast food chains in the state that I live in. Thank you, yeah. That's and if you pay attention, they don't tell you, yeah, this is Wendy's, but if you pay attention to the stupid fucking slogans in their commercials or their advertisements, and you also pay attention to the simple fact that it has always been a subliminal message in the Wendy's logo itself, that on her collar it says mom, M-O-M, it says mom. So you put, you're a smart enough person, you put all those things together. They don't need to tell you it was Wendy's, because you can figure it out for yourself. Right? Fresh never frozen. Mom is in our, yeah, so we've been eating babies without knowing it. Yeah, how pissed off are you right now? Maybe it's not that way in your state, but our governor had to come out well before the election to say this was going on and say, oh, well, yeah, I did tell everyone, but no, you really didn't. You had to be smart enough to put all this shit together, and I've had to tell everybody in my close circle, look at this article, look at this slogan, look at the subliminal bullshit that's always been in here that people haven't paid attention to. Yeah, no, to go back to your question earlier, yeah, I was looking crazy a few years ago, but right now I'm looking like the most sane thing anybody's ever had in their life. Dude, yeah, no, I'm like, seriously, like, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Like a fucking Baconator, dude. Who's gonna turn down a Baconator unless you're a vegetarian? Honestly. You know, if one of your buddies is like, hey bro, I'm going down to Wendy's, my treat, man, do you want something? Are you gonna say no to a Baconator unless you know that? Absolutely not. I'm pissed. Just, if you're old enough to vote, vote. That's how you make, that's how you change this, and that's how you show these people that you're that mad, you know? At least in my fucking state we have. That's what I mean. If your governor hasn't put out something like that, maybe you're okay. I honestly don't have a real answer to that could possibly be accurate. That's my honest answer. I don't know if it was just the chain of Wendy's all across the whole entire planet, or if it was the only one I've seen is the one that's in my state. But this is the kind of stuff I pay attention to, you know, that everyone else is like, you know, everybody else sees that and they're just like, oh, that's so weird. I can't even believe it, dude. So, like, what does that mean? You know, and I'm over in my own world going, hey, doesn't that slogan, fresh never frozen, sound familiar to you guys? Oh no, I don't know what that means, dude. You know, no, sorry, the whole world has everything on mute, but my ears are like, wait a second, fresh never frozen, show me that article more so I can read the whole fucking thing. But that's all these Democrat ran shitholes that are on fire right now. Those are these are the places where shit like that happens, and you know, hopefully by now the American people just vote red so that all that stuff stops. It's absolutely sickening. Ralph Shorty or something? Ralph Shorty? Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I talk about. It's kind of strange how anybody listens.
Okay then, no comment.
Wasn't my intention. Ralph, oh, Senator Ralph. Senator Ralph Shorty. Ralph Shorty. Ralph Shorty. I don't know that name. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this not the only state? Dude, that's even more messed. Like, what if we just don't know it? What if we're all oblivious and every state had to put something like that out? Don't you think that that would maybe be something that would make news? Not in the mainstream, not in this mainstream media. Holy shit. Oklahoma, no. Ralph Shorty, man, I feel like I should know that. I feel like I knew all their names. Shorty, Ralph Shorty. Well, I don't know. I know the DNC was last week, which was a total shit show. The RNC starts on Monday morning, or no, Monday evening. That's going to be a totally different thing. Like, I watched every second of that, and it was so painful. Oh man, there was so much stuff that would have been better not to have seen with my man eyes. Symbolism will be their downfall. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Like, going back to something that we were talking about a little bit ago. You said that through this stuff you'll lose friends, and through this, that's that's happened to me. My best friend since I was 9 years old. We don't talk anymore because of what's going on. His girlfriend like control everything that he does politically, everything, and it's not a good scene. Not by my choice. Definitely not by my choice, man. When we were 14, I jumped in front of a shooting gun that was aimed towards him. We don't talk as of like the last 2 months because of this shit. That's real. it's a little worse than that, man. It's a little worse than that. This is all, it has it has to do with politics. No offense taken at all. It's, I guess I'm just kind of ranting at this point, but it's like it's all political. But Q said you'll lose friends through this. It was right. Yeah, it was a true statement. Dude, it's bad. We've been best friends 30 years. Since we were 9. That's raw, that's real, though. But Q said you'll lose friends. It's true. But that's like what's at the other side of this is better. No, there's no communication. No, he's not allowed. Shit, I don't know that. He or she could be watching this right now, or her son too. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. That's the reality. That's the reality, man. If they don't like it, then they can change it. If they don't like it, they can change it. That's for the whole world. That's for the whole world, man. If you don't like something, then you change it. If you don't like me talking about something, don't do it. I need to get some more ammo. Yeah, anyway. What's this? Oh man, it's worse than that. Talk to text. Like, I don't have a phone, but like, you know, we've be playing games since we were tiny little kids, man. We don't even play games anymore. We're not even allowed to play video games together. Like, she tried this one time, right? I went over there for dinner. I am not homophobic at all. Like, I used to work in a gay bar, and I'm not gay. Like, you know, whatever is whatever for anybody at any time. To me, it doesn't matter to me. She wanted me to leave her house. This is my, you know, my best buddy of forever. Was gonna take a bullet for this dude when we were 14 years old, right? So she didn't want me there, and decided that she was gonna have her brother-in-law, her sister's husband, right? Decided she was gonna have him hit on me because she thought I would freak out so bad that I was being hit on by a dude that I would just leave. Either that or I would throw him through the glass table. She was looking for some sort of outrageous reaction. And I was just like, oh, dude, like, I used to work in a gay bar, and, you know, that's a cool compliment and everything, but I don't swing that way, and, you know, like, how does your wife feel about you, like, just hitting on a dude at a Thanksgiving party, you know? It was all a setup. Like, that's how much she went out of her way to try to get me out of her house. When it was just like, she just doesn't like how much we know each other. And that's, unfortunately, that's the way some girls are. Like, some girls are so, you know, jealous of the best friend because they've just been through everything together, and like, oh, you know what that scar is on his arm, and I've asked him a million times, and I get some stupid generic answer, you know, something stupid like that. It's like petty bullshit where it's like, dude, if we were all friends, think of how much fun we'd be having, instead of like, you're mad that I believe that you know, she's like mad that I believe that, you know, Bernie Sanders is this horrible person who eats babies and stuff. It's just all politically driven. But that's what generation we're in right now, man. Yeah, that's what it is, and that's what generation we live in right now. But the thing is that no matter what's going on right now, as soon as this is all over, that's it, it's over. Like, there's something better no matter what we have right now. But like, don't get me wrong, like, be thankful for everything that you have and your family and all that, of course. But whatever happens after this is 10 times better what we have now. Female, and she was jealous. Yeah, exactly. It's all politically driven. That's the times that we live in, though. No, he didn't do it. In all honesty, I think that he thought that maybe there was some seriousness to it. Oh, I still need mediums. Because normally his reaction would have been a little different, but I think they're kind of like this, not him, but her family is kind of like these weird hippies that's like as far left as you can get. So like, it might not really surprise me if they were weird swingers, but I was like, dude, come on, like, how not towards me, but like, how disrespectful towards your wife. And you know, it was like a Thanksgiving meal, when come to find out later down the road, it's been this big farce that she put on the whole thing, trying to get a reaction out of me where they could be mad at me, you know, for something where that and that's the funny thing, because my friend is like, man, you don't know him at all, because he's like the most peaceful person. He's not gonna get mad if he's hit on by a gay dude. that's not who he is at all.
Okay, this'll have to do.
And it's not who I am. No, I I wish for him that she was prettier. But the only thing for me that's ever mattered is that he's happy. That's it. I don't care if he's with the most beautiful girls. He can be with the most ugly girl on the entire planet, but if he's happy, then that's all that matters to me. My best friend, we used to like climb the tallest tree in the town, and when we'd get up there, we'd talk about our future, and during none of that did he ever say, I just want to be controlled and have everything that I do, like had to have a vasectomy for her, had to be a vegetarian, has to vote Democrat, has to do all this shit. Seriously, have a vasectomy, like get fucking neutered. Seriously, I'm not exaggerating at all. That's not an exaggeration, that's the truth.
Thank you.
I'm not cutting off my balls for anybody. Yeah. Yep. And then you don't get to talk to your best, like play a video game, do anything. Right. Yep. Either you're happy doing that or you're not. But nope, not me. Isn't that something? Oh shoot, I think actually my moonshine's done. What can I say? Control seconds. And that's no freedom. Control woman sounds hot. No, it doesn't. I believe in equality, and everything is a free spirit. Why would you try to control someone else in any facet? I guess it just depends on in the context. In certain cases, yeah, but in everyday life, no. I got kicked out of church because I think for myself. I'm not gonna just be told by anybody how to think, you know what I mean?
This one is superior, huh? I have found a buyer who will appreciate it, and most important, they will pay for it too. Now, all you have to
Yeah, I
do
think
is
that
to
most of the pre-existing cursors for someone who's going to be violent exist before you get yourself in that situation. If we're talking about relationship, if we're talking about, you know, you're just out on the town and some chick you don't know comes up and smacks you in the face, that's a different scenario. But I think for the most part, there's signals and warning signs, red flags that people you could potentially be in a relationship with could be violent. So you look out for those, watch your ass, and then don't get involved with the people that show not in a relationship, I'll never hit my girl. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, for sure. We're on the same, we're saying the same thing. There's a little bit of a communication barrier because I got a mic and you don't, but we're saying the same thing. If I'm at a club, yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, and I think that you should have the right to. You know, that's, again, that's maybe very controversial, but I don't really care about controversy. I care about honesty. But yeah, I think if, you know, some rando runs up and chop sockies you in the nuts, sorry bitch, put out a reaction, you're probably gonna go down. That's just how it should be with anyone, man. Because why is assault okay depending on your gender? And why there's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't defend yourself against all foreign entities. That's what it says. Doesn't place a gender on that. You're just gonna let somebody work you over because they're the opposite sex and not defend yourself? I don't think that's fair. Well, like a couple of weeks ago when I could still talk to him and play games with him, he got told that this was at like 10:30 at night, he had to go to bed. Him and his son have the same amount of privileges. The son has more. The son isn't of drinking age but gets drunk. And it's okay, but he has a couple beers and all hell breaks loose. So yeah, the son has more privileges than him. Oh, and it's also okay for the underage kid to steal money and alcohol. That's not even his mom's. Or the kid's not even his. I guess I should say that. The kid is not even his. Two of them. Yeah, not even his. Yeah, and not to mention, so we'll have... yeah. But Yeah, how is that not like a very easy conclusion to come to? The postpone or something. See, like, how is that not a very easy conclusion to come to instead of being like, I'm just gonna go along with it? Because that's not even the path of least resistance in that case. I'm all about the path of least resistance. You know? If something happens that doesn't go your way, the best thing to do, the easiest thing to do is just be like, okay, well, how can I make it better? But this is not even like, let's take the path of least resistance here. This is like, so you have to get your balls chopped off. Gotta raise somebody else's kids. You gotta be told what to do. Like, at any given... No, dude, he's like very self-sufficient. Very, like, extremely self-sufficient person.
Docs are looking good. Beautiful.
I couldn't even imagine him, like, you know, being in a position like that. No, he's extremely self-sufficient. He had and raised his own child, who's fully grown up now. You know, no, nothing like that. I need to grab some more ice real quick, dude. I'll be right back. Let's see this. There's no way it would be. Yeah, for sure. My nuts. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, and the thing is like he, yeah, he was like he owns his own business. She's a bartender. Dude, it's sad, man. Like, yeah, it's sad. It sucks. Yeah, because she's a Bernie Sanders supporter, so that's what they all are. Yeah, so, yeah, this one time, well, I told you about the time where they had her brother-in-law hit on me or whatever, to just be totally fake. I mean, doesn't that seem like something that most leftists would get pissed off about? Like, if you pretend to be something that you're not just to get a rise out of somebody? I'm asking that honestly, because I talk with this about this with my girlfriend, and she's like, yeah, like anybody on the left would be super pissed off that you tried to get somebody, you know, all fucked up mentally over something that you don't even, that you aren't even like, you know, you're pretending to be, I guess is what I'm trying to say, you know. like most people would be pissed off at somebody from that side of the spectrum that you were pretending to be something. Only they did it. It's kind of fucked up. But this one time I was over there, they were having like a barbecue or whatever, and I brought like a pack of chicken legs and a pack of shrimp. And halfway through, me and my buddy were cooking, and like all her friends were there who I was not really wanting to hang out with, and neither was my buddy. So we're hanging out together, cooking, and I brought a pack of chicken legs and a whole pound of shrimp, and she comes out and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think there's gonna be enough food to feed everybody, so you might have to just kind of like sit here and hang out, or you might have to just go home." Did you watch his mom dominate his dad as a kid? Yes. I would say that the honest answer to that is yes. Sucks too, man, to say yes to that. Yeah. Sucks to say yes to that, man, 'cause like, well, like like I said, I didn't meet my dad till I was 28 years old. So his dad was like always been all I ever knew as a father figure. But he's an awesome dude. I love that guy, man. I'd do anything for him, man. Like my own dad can fuck right off. My own dad can fuck right off. And he knows it.
Supplies are looking healthy right now.
Man, I can't even imagine what it would have been like to, like, it, it's like a completely different world. That's awesome though, man. You had your dad in your life. That's so many young men, including me, including me growing up. Uh, you know, I would have benefited so much from having a dad. Man, I think that's where I would have benefited. It's so hard for me to sometimes, like when I really care about something, it's almost like I can't hide it.
Supplies are good. I'm a happy man.
It's like almost a form of weakness that I see in myself. You can't, dude, that is something well, I can't identify with that in the sense that I know my dad, but I can identify with that in the sense that you probably have had those things happen more than me. I don't know what that's like at all. And shit, man, like that opens up a whole different, you know, uh, into the spectrum for me. You know, you're absolutely right. You are. Like my mom always told me that she had to be a mom and a dad, but it's like she didn't realize till the end of her life that she knew nothing about the masculine approach to raising a child, or that, you know, maybe there was three of us. Oh man, I do remember you telling me that before, and man, I feel like maybe my mom was a drug addict when it came to her being so religious. But man, I can't. I've been through a lot in my life, but I like that's for me. What you're saying is like so much harder than a- at least phonetically in my mind, than what I've had to deal with. I could do all that, but my mom was like
We're well stocked for the time being.
my whole life, you know. Used to watch my mom snort coke off a food stamp card. Shit. Dude, I can't, uh, fuck. Like there's no white with blue lights that masks that. Like you you got me, man. I I can't identify at all, and I'm sorry that you had to, that you have that as a memory. That's, yeah, I can't even try. There are times where I wish, you know, that I didn't meet my dad, because, well, it's probably a little more like Fred Flintstone than a real human being. Card. Started chewing. Wait, I have a habit of chewing on things. Once I forgot what she did with the card, I started chewing it. I almost died that day. Wait, so are you saying... Oh, I hear wolves. Are you saying, wait, let me read that again. I have a habit of chewing on things. Once I forgot what she did with her card. I started chewing. No, I was about to get my ass beat. What? Chewing on things. What's up with that? To get my ass beat. Wait. I feel like I might be missing something. So I forgot what she did with the card, and I started chewing it almost. I feel like I might be missing something. She was gonna beat me for chewing on her. Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck. Well, fuck, dude. Now, okay, I got you now. God. My dad saved me that day. Well, man. Whew. That's a big, that's a big, you know, watch her get beat bloody by her boyfriend. Stabbing him. Oh shit. Yeah, see, dude, I know nothing. Like, I know nothing. I could learn more from you than you could from me. I know nothing. I can't compete with that, or not that that's like something to compete over, but like you can't. I don't know those things, and I wish no one ever had to know those things. But I can't. Of course. Of course. I think probably one of my favorite memories of my mom was that she told me you only get one mom. Good.
A good sail.
That's
Excellent.
good.
D'accord.
Oh shit, that's not good. What's OFC?
There are things you can do
Maybe
to
I don't
cover
need to
the
know
brakes,
what
huh?
it is. Man, that sucks.
Good. A fine aroma. I would drink this
OFC.
myself.
Wasn't there like... Wait, what is it that's going around that people are doing, at, not Ativan, what do I want to say, What do you mean? What do you mean, dead bodies? Fentanyl. Embalming fluid? What is that? What do you do with that? What do you do? What do you do with embalming? She smokes embalming fluid. So embalming fluid. Wait, what does it? What exactly does that do? I don't know what that does. It sounds fucking scary, but I don't know what it does. Not sure if you smoke it or snort it. It sounds like you light it on fire. Why would you snort something you light on fire? It sounds... I don't know what that is. I've heard lots of shit, but I don't know what that does. I don't know what it does. Yeah, embalming. But what does it do? I mean, I'm not gonna try it or anything, but of course not, but like, and I don't think you're glorifying it at all, so don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, I've heard of like snorting people embalm dead bodies. Yeah, but what the fuck? Oh, nice. Oh, man. Go to it hard. Like, I've heard, you know, people snorting glue and markers and like huffing gas or whatever, but I guess I don't know. I'm uneducated about lots of different drugs, but that's good. That's good. Wait, this is alcohol bottle? Oh, I might want that rat later. Oh, where'd it go? There we go. It gives you different type of high. I guess so. Do you still play this game? I know it's completely off the... Oh, dude, there's nothing wrong at all with smoking weed. Even people who are religious freaks, which I am not, even people who are religious freaks can't argue with smoking weed because, again, in Genesis it says that we have rights to all the animals and all the plants of the earth. We have the human right to it. So if people who are vegetarians are also religious, they're a hypocrite in one way or another, because you can't be a Christian and also be a vegetarian, because we have rights to all the plants and all the animals. It's just the way it is. Can't have it both ways. But 1,000,000% smoking weed is. I got mine. Your game. You got your game token for having an attitude. Wait a second. Wait a second. What does that mean? Oh, dude. I got whipped with a cutting board. I was, and remind you, I was raised by a single mom. I got whipped with a cutting board. My mom made sure we respected her. She was the only one, and we had to respect her. What the fuck was that? Did that audio pick up? Did you hear that audio? And did you just hear that audio? Or did that pick up on my mic? Holy fuck, what the fuck was that? No, it wasn't me. Oh, dude, I just got huge goosebumps. Whoa. Hello? Oh, dude, they're not going away. You're not welcome here. Go away. Should be good. Oh, dude, what the fuck? No. Oh. Did that did that audio pick up? I'm going to have to watch this later, but did that pick up? No, I'm good. But did the audio pick up from that? What was it you heard? Haha, because it's gone now. That happens to me once in a while. Comes back sometimes. Yeah, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. It's gone now. But it happens. Oh, I know what it was. There's no question, but that's why I said it wasn't welcome. But it's not welcome. But the goose, I had some big old goosebumps for a second that didn't want to go away. Oh no, it's nothing like that. Yeah, probably more like that than the first one you said. I always have that. But some of them are good. That one wasn't good. I'm gonna have to listen back for that audio. It was like around like 4:25. Oh dude, I've got all that shit. But that was the audio is what I'm most curious. Well, that and having somebody else hear it. I thought maybe you heard it. But it wasn't just blowing in the mic. I'll have to go back and listen for it, but it was probably around 4:25, like 5 minutes ago.
Supplies are good. I'm a happy man.
But I'm gonna you mentioned no, not Yeshua, no. Yahweh, yes. Yeshua, no. Could care less if you say Yeshua. You say Yahweh, that's bad for them. Google it. I don't want to say that name. And yeah, Google it. Because you already said it tonight. You already said what it actually is yourself. As a religion, like JW, the J in JW is what that means. Ooh, burp. No. Remember, like, the religion that you were talking about earlier? That you said that your dad doesn't like? Yeah, there you go. I don't like to say that name. It's not a very good one. The Hebrew way of saying it is fine, but the American way of saying it is not. At least to my knowledge. There's just a certain power of the formulation of those syllables. You only use that if you need to. There's only a certain few moments where it's okay to say that name. You definitely don't be Jay-Z and call yourself Jehovah, unless it means something that's anti-Cristo. I don't know. Some of them are, uh, well, it's hard. That's really hard to say. Cause like it's something that's happened to like me personally in my whole life. So I couldn't just be like, oh, it's dead relatives, or it's this or that or the other. There certainly are times where like I can feel my mom's like presence in the room 1,000,000%, but there's other times where it's like, nope, you're not wanted here, so you can go right the fuck away, and then they do. But that only happens if I get the big old goosebumps like that. But there is definitely something here that didn't have any business being here. Well, it's not here now. But man, I've been doing that my whole life. I never met a good spirit. Well, there's very few of those, my friend. But dude, yeah, I don't get fucked with like that. If I tell them to leave, they leave. It's just as simple as what you heard. My girlfriend's seen it. Me do that before, like, it's not, for most people it would probably be weird, but I'm not. Most people, I've been doing this a long time, man. But that, I've never been streaming and had that happen before like that. But I don't really stream a lot.
We're well stocked for the time being.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna... Dang, it's almost 6 a.m. Probably gonna have to turn this off here. My son's probably gonna be awake soon. Like angel dust. That just like, that's so harsh to think about how you consume that. Hey man, I appreciate you hanging out with me and, I don't know, listening to all the craziness. Best friends and like weird shit that's going on in the world and all my blah blah blahs, man. You know what I mean? What's your PSN? What's your PSN? I'm gonna send you a friend request right now. Which doesn't happen, by the way, under normal circumstances. I'm gonna make an exception here, Gorilla. So there's no space. Certified with a 6. Cause I'm serious. I'm gonna send you one right now. So it's just spelled just like that. Certified Gorilla with a 6. Alright, I'm sending you one right now. So then you don't have to like wait for more uploads and all that other stuff. We'll just be buds. Right? So watch out for it. Alright, we'll talk to you soon, man. But I'm sending it to you right now.